And hello everyone, welcome to another Let's Play. This is Myrokos, and I hope the mic situation is a little bit better. I noticed that there was some slight issues with the gain, and I'm still experiencing a little bit of issues. Let me know in the comments or in chat if you're catching this live. If you're having trouble hearing me, and I can see what I can do to fix it, either for the current or in the next installment. Sometimes OBS works, other times it doesn't. So far it seems to be doing kind of okay. I might want to fix the gain a little bit though. Bear with me. Okay, hopefully that's at least looking a little better. Again, hopefully it works. I know sometimes the first syllable doesn't quite get caught. For the life of me, I haven't been able to figure that out. If you can figure it out, let me know in the comments how I can fix that. In the meantime, welcome to another Let's Play. This is Myrokos. We're continuing the MSQ. In the meantime, took a little bit of a break, thought I'd work on one of my other characters through Eureka, progress a little bit more. Oh, I still have to solve these. So where we picked up, we ended with that long series of cutscenes, which include the dinner, which went straight past midnight, which was nice. So let's continue. I hope you didn't mind us barging into your room for our late night feast. For what it's worth, it did me a world of good to put our troubles to one side, if only for a moment. Yeah, it was nice. It most certainly was nice. So picking up where we left off, sound the bell, school's in. School? Uh-oh. Here we have a bit of, oh my, here we go. One moment. Sorry about that hiatus. Just something required that I step away for a moment. Again, apologies for the interruption there. So anyway, back to MSQ. Sound the bells. School's in. Kryl and Grahatia were having a pleasant conversation until you barged in. Barged in? Well, gee, maybe I should leave. Maybe I could go back to Eureka. Oh, no, okay. Let's keep going. Oh, there you are. Feeling refreshed, I hoped? I hope. I was about to make my way to the studium. As it happens, I wanted to try and speak with with Scholar Montaigne and thank him for coming to our rescue in the rostra. As it turns out, he'd come here to see us following the hearing only to find that we'd already departed for Thavner. Knowing him, he was probably hoping to chew the cud with his former students. Since we're still waiting for Shala and the others, I thought now the perfect time to pay him a visit. Care to join me? Sure. Why not? Then it's settled. The twins will be coming too, assuming Alphino can tear himself away from his new toys. I'll let you rally the troops while I go on ahead to Phenomenon. Considering my recent impropriety, perhaps I should avoid showing my face around the studium for a time. That might be for the best. If the others should return, tell them we will not be long. Unlike some of the Scions, I am not an alumni of the studium. As such, I have no acquaintances there I am obliged to visit. And while I would love nothing more than to pore over the many great tubs of Phenomenon, I fear my presence there would stir up more unwanted trouble. So, for now, I will be patient, much as it pains me to do so. Okay. Oh, and in case you're wondering, I did complete the PvP rewards, and so I did get the glam for the PvP, but I think I'll stick with the Eureka glam because I do like that, and I worked hard to get it. Then again, I worked hard also to get the PvP. Oh, wait a minute. The Gridanian target dummy. I thought there'd be a Charlian one. If Father can master these fiendish contraptions, then so can I. Okay. Are you going to fire? I wonder, is he going to fire? Nope, he's just standing there. And why does he get the job gear outfit right away? Why did I have to put up with the basic beginner's garb? How come he gets the final job gear? I'm assuming that's a job gear because if nothing else, let me switch over to the Astrologian. These Shadowbangers job gear looks just like looks like this, aside from the gold for the metallic bits and the fact that the walking skirt is white. It's basically Urianje's look. But yeah, why do I have to put up with finicky things? Let's see, do I have a spell speed? Just trying to work down the food that I've built up. Not that I need it right now. Heading out for a stroll? Something like that, yeah. The Scholar himself was here. In that case, what are we waiting for? I too am eager to see him. I somewhat dread the thought of visiting the studium. I dare say our notoriety precedes us. Alphino, of all people, worrying over his reputation at our alma mater, no less. Will wonders never cease? You'll understand soon enough. Off we go. Okay. Oh, hey, Lethal Colonel, how's it going? Yeah, I grinded PvP, I got the series award, I have continued to do stuff, I've gotten into Hydatos, got 11 crystals, I've got a ways to go before I can upgrade my glam to be glowing, but I will be working on that. It feels like only yesterday that I first walked through these doors. Okay. See that sculpted picture above the entrance? That's the mark of Thaliac. I thought Thaliac's thing was a ewer, but okay. That's a mark of Thaliac, the scholar, bearer of the waters of knowledge. It's no exaggeration to say that Charlene itself is one enormous shrine to him, and that's especially noticeable here in the studium. Yeah, so I showed this earlier for those who are catching on. Yeah. So I got the glam, of course, because I'm a Mikote. It has points for the cat ears. On my other character, which is a cure, there is no extra points because cures are human and don't need those. But yeah. So yeah, I got that. And if I switch over to tank, I've also got the elemental gear for fending, which I must say I really, really like. Very Gaius vibe going on there. Let's see, do I want out level, because I'm 83. And why don't I do Paladin for a little bit? I've got... yeah, aren't allied seals, like, if I remember correctly, allied seals, Lethal Colonel, are really more blue mage gear. You know, like, or the like, basically once you get blue mage to like level 60, allied seals pretty much become basically blue mage currency for gear and stuff. But if there are other things, awesome. Let's see, Sound the Bell School's in. Let me just do a double check. Sound the Bell School's in. 82. I'm 81. And I'm just over 83, so I think I can manage it. Here it is, Phenomenon. While I expect you made note of it before, one can hardly miss it. This is the first time you've been here on official business, correct? Yes. That's right. While most of the space is taken up by the expansive auditoriums, it also houses numerous laboratories, testing grounds for experimental magics, and a host of administrative offices and so forth. As the center of what would later become the studium, it was established to promote the study of ethereological phenomena, hence the name. Though with ether being a fundamental aspect of nature, its scope expanded to include every conceivable facet of life and even the universe itself. Wait, you passed me on your alt? Is that with Blue Mage Lethal Colonel, or is that with the MSQ? Okay. And then in... Oh, MSQ, wow. Okay. So over the past weekend, what I was doing was I was doing other things. I did a little bit of a stream to progress MSQ because I was falling behind on that. I wanted to get back to it, and then I spent the last couple of days, including a little bit this morning, grinding on my main in Eureka. Like, really hard time. Like, I went from... In 24 hours, I went from level 13 Eureka to level 24. And completed my log. So, yeah. And the weapon to be able to progress. I've got my kettle. I haven't started collecting any light. But I have gotten through the level 20. I got to level 25 this morning and completed the level 25 Eureka quest. It's just Pago seemed to be a little bit dead this morning, or people were filing in, but nothing really was going on. So I figured, come over here and do MSQ. And then, okay, so anyway, and then back to reading. And then in the 436th year of the 6th Astral Era, phenomenon was decreed complete, and the studium officially opened as a place of learning. With a long and storied history, it is without question the world's leading authority in etherology, the arcane, the occult, astromancy, and countless other fields, standing proud as Charlene's foremost educational institute. Oh boy, they've heard this before. You always did enjoy giving the grand tour to new students. Indeed, I've long since lost track of how many times he has recited that same foppish speech, such as his undying love for his old stamping grounds. Stamping, not stomping? Okay. He was in top form back then, youngest to enter the studium, graduated with the highest honors in magical arts and etherology, undisputed champion of the debating chamber. Hold on, you both joined the studium at the same age, yes? And from where I stand, you're equally prodigious scholars. Nice of you to say, but Alphino actually entered half a year before me. Nor did I do well enough to graduate with honors, and I am certainly not the studium's most notorious master debater. In all respects, I have ever been in his shadow. If nothing else, just remember that this was where the legend of Alphino Leveilleur began. We should expect everyone to be fully aware of our recent escapades. Hopefully we'll be somewhat more welcome here than we were at the last stand. I know better than anyone the adoration the student body has for Alphino, and with a bit of luck, it might work to our advantage. Well, there's no time like the present. First things first, let's look for Scholar Montaigne. Other faculty tend to frequent their offices, but unfortunately for us, he's fond of wandering wheresoever his whims take him. Let's split up and ask the students if they've seen him. My throat, already my throat is feeling a little parched. There's a retainer bell here. Excitable student. Uh-oh. That was Alphino Leveilleur, wasn't it? The Alphino Leveilleur. And he's with his sister and Master Baldessine's granddaughter. This can only mean one thing. An event of epoch-shattering proportions is fast approaching. Spread the word. Oh, sorry, you said you're looking for the scholar, yes? Knowing him, he could be anywhere, but Miss Aliapo should have a better idea. Okay, uh-oh. Phenomenon is something of a multi-purpose facility used by lecturers and craftsmen alike. If you're looking for learner's meet, it's through the last door on the left. Okay, I was not looking for that. Things were bad enough during our school days, and Alfred's time abroad has only heightened his fame, or should that be infamy? He had his rivals and detractors, of course, though most of them gave that up after his adoring fans set upon them like ravenous dogs. Alphino, on the other hand, never paid them much notice. They were simply beneath him. Well, given how arrogant he was in a realm reborn, I can certainly see how he would see them as beneath him. He saw everyone as beneath him. Okay. I assure you, I'll tell you all about it after my business with the Scholark has concluded. The Scholark? Tell me, my good fellow, does this have something to do with saving the world from catastrophe? Might we turn our attention to Master Livier's graduation thesis? I too have my doubts regarding our policy of non-intervention. Is it true that your experiences overseas are the reason you have incurred the ire of the Forum? Oh, what I wouldn't give to see you butt heads with those old codgers. Okay, he's got a fan base. Okay. We're here. Ooh, scholars meet, not learners, searchers meet. But yeah, the last major part 90, was me completing the Tower of Zot and getting through the late night dinner theme. Are you lost? Wandering off the street, perhaps? Wait, don't tell me. You're a trainee gleaner fresh off the guild ship. I'm right, aren't I? No. Oh, how silly of me. An orientation is in order. Ahem. Allow me to bid you a welcome to Searchers Meet. Let me start with a question. What is the most important thing you'll find in the studium? That's right, books. And what's the second most important? Why, that's simple. Everything else. That's what we deal in here at Searchers Meet. Whenever the students or tutors find themselves in need of equipment or materials, they come to us. If we don't have it in our stores, we send the gleaners off to find it. Honestly, you wouldn't believe some of the requests we get. I have Paisa, this, tongue of Gigantoad, that. It's enough to make your hair stand on end, which is possibly what some of our students are trying to accomplish, this being a school of magic and all. As our newest gleaner, you'll have your work cut out for you, but I think you'll find it quite rewarding. The only thing I'm interested in gleaning is information on the Scholark's whereabouts. I've tracked down many miscellaneous knickknacks in my time, but I'm no gleaner. Huh. So what you're telling me is you're not a gleaner? Yes, that's exactly what you said, isn't it? And you're looking for a Scholark? I'm afraid we don't have any of those in stock, but I can... Oh, you mean him? He was here, but now he's not. I did speak with him shortly before you arrived, though. He said he was on his way to the Mako's meet. Go back the way you came in, and you'll see it on the opposite side of the entrance. It's a laboratory of sorts, home to many rare and expensive curios. Not to mention alarmingly frequent accidents. If you lose your way, just follow the blood-curdling screams. In the time it's taken me to tell you all of this, the Scholark has probably left already. Best of luck finding him. I have a feeling you'll need it. Finding a worthy gleaner is proving tougher than I thought. Maybe I'm not suited for this line of work. Okay. Yes, the Skalik was here a short while ago. He offered me advice on my current research project. Though we spoke at length, I don't recall him mentioning where he was planning to go next. When we parted ways, he went down the corridor, perhaps to one of the auditoriums. Okay. It's strange seeing Maker's Meet so empty. People usually treat it like a common room. Huh. Okay, nope, wanna go this way. Oh, Kryle's over here. Unsurprisingly, the Skalik is not in his office. I did, however, speak with one student who saw him not long ago, so he can't have gone far. Not here. If my friend doesn't turn up soon, we'll be late for the lecture. He'd have been here 2 bells early if it weren't for Professor Mikoto's classes. Mikoto? I remember her. But she's a professor? Huh. Oh, found it. Ooh, and a, first things first. Look out. Okay. Pardon me. No.
Ah, I remember you.
Ah, voice acting.
I pray we have not caught you at an inopportune moment. We wanted to offer our thanks for your kind words in the forum.
Well, I could hardly let that Inquisition go unchallenged. I've always believed that curiosity should be nurtured, not stifled. Thankfully, a majority of my colleagues agreed. A slender majority, aye, but a majority nonetheless.
Had the vote not gone our way, we would be having a very different conversation, if any at all. Though I'd like to think you would have not given up on our cause. I'm told you paid a visit to the Annex afterwards.
Yes, that's right. I was hoping to speak with the grandchildren of my dearly departed friends Galuf and Louisoix in a less dour setting. But it seems I just missed you. I still can't believe how much you've grown. If only your grandsires could have seen the way you presented yourselves to the Forum. Why, it fair brought a tear to my own eye. You must have the patience of a saint, putting up with this lot and their antics. Never mind Matoya's prize student. Luckily, I know a thing or two about managing unruly younglings. If you ever need advice, don't hesitate to ask.
I'm pausing it here as like, advice? Where was this advice in A Realm Reborn? Because Alphino was a brat. Like, where the heck was that? We needed that expansions ago.
If I may, there is a rather more pressing matter we wish to discuss. What can you tell us of this duty that the Forum must fulfill?
Nothing, I'm afraid. Like all humble servants of the Forum, I am sworn to secrecy. Or rather, I couldn't tell you if I tried. Our duty is of the gravest importance. Furthermore, if the particulars were made public, it would incite widespread panic. As such, those entrusted with this duty have been bound by an enchantment, which prevents us from speaking of such matters without the express permission of the Forum.
How is that even possible?
It's been some time since I last gave a lecture. Please, take a seat.
The last time I sat down for class was in Doma. What?
We shall begin by reviewing the fundamentals of etherology. The ether, which imbues us with life, can be categorized into 3 forms. 2 are of the incorporeal sort, the soul and the memory. Can anyone tell me the third?
Corporeal ether, magic, corporeal ether.
Yes, very good. This is the form with which the layman is most familiar. Consumed by even the simplest of daily activities, and replenished by the food and drink that sustain us, this form of ether is in constant flux. In contrast, the ether that comprises the soul is rarely subject to dramatic change. The same can be said for memory, as the two are intrinsically linked. Picture the soul as paper, and memories as words written upon it. Now, what would happen if that paper was doused with ink? The same type of ether as comprises the memories.
It would blot out everything that was written.
Precisely. We would be unable to recall the memories, and any activities that depend upon them would be hindered as well. In fact, this exact phenomenon was observed on a vast scale not so long ago. And what might that have been?
The towers.
The 7th Umbral Calamity.
No.
The people of Eorzea vividly recall Bahamut breaking free of the Lesser Moon and raining hellfire down upon the realm. But no one could seem to remember the events that followed immediately afterwards.
Indeed. To this day, we have yet to determine whether it was an unintended consequence or a deliberate act. The enchantment which binds me and the rest of the Forum is based on a similar principle. And yes, it is a contravention of the Sharlayan prohibition against the practice of memory manipulation. Only when a new member is inducted and told of our great duty are they subjected to the process. A necessary evil. You have my word that it would never be used to manipulate the populace?
I should hope not. But can this enchantment be dispelled and your memories restored?
If 9/10 of our members give their approval, then the process may be reversed. Then, and only then, would we be able to speak freely to others of our sacred duty. Barring that, we must wait until we return to the ethereal sea. For there we will be purified, the blots upon our souls washed clean. And our memories drift apart and dissolve, rather defeating the purpose, I suppose. But there are those memories that are indelibly etched upon our souls, some believe.
What happens after that?
We are reduced to pure ether, coalesce with that of others, and create souls anew. Alternative schools of thought assert souls remain whole and return to the corporeal world, reborn into another form.
Dorthal.
Both theories have their proponents. Personally, I consider each equally probable.
The latter there is what the Dorthal believe, if you remember that from Stormblood.
Well, I think that's enough education for today, now that I've given you some food for thought. Or rather, an entire banquet. I would remind you that although I'm unable to assist you with certain matters, the resources at my disposal may still be of use to you. I'll arrange for you all to be given the run of Phenomenon. Of course, as associate to our alumni and the students of Baldessian, this privilege is extended to you as well, my friend.
Well, that's nice.
Oh, and I suggest you speak with Ki Aliapo. She's well known among the artisans of Sharlayan, and her network of contacts may prove useful in your search for knowledge. I wish you all the best in your pursuits, wheresoever they may take you.
Is she one of the Aliapos sisters? Huh. You've been granted the run of Phenomenon. If you're a game, Kialipa would put your artisanry to good use. Okay, I don't have much in the way of artisanry for Endwalker because my limited, I'm still grinding crafter jobs, but I do have gatherer jobs that are available, so yeah. Some of my earliest memories are of Skalak Monteshane, actually. He was a close friend of our grandfather. He would come for tea and amaze us with his tricks, much like his demonstration with the paper and ink. He's a huge part of why I entered the studium in the first place. Ah, okay. While Skolok Monteshane is best known for his role as head of the studium, he is said to be one of the finest mages Charlane has ever produced. Having seen for myself the ease with which he weaves extraordinarily complex and powerful magics, I've no reason to doubt the claim. A capital idea. Kryl is still digesting a rather hefty portion of food for thought. Okay, well, that's given me much to mull over. I feel as though we're one step closer to understanding the forum's true motives and the mysteries of life itself for good measure. It's funny, I came here with the intent of expressing my gratitude, only to leave more indebted than before. I have a feeling his friendship and support will be a great boon to us in the days to come. And on that note, let's head back to the annex. Perhaps on the way you could better acquaint yourself with Kia Aliopo, as the Skolok suggested, while I share our findings with Raha. I love the fact that she's not afraid to use Graha's personal name. She's just no shame. Okay, so let me, can I... Oh, I can. Well, let me get over to Weaver. Then, the faculty. Interesting as she finally realizes who I am. Okay, let me go into minor just so I don't out level. You may now undertake deliveries at the studio, and my guess this is the crafting thing, kind of similar, I guess, to the stuff in the Crystarium. Well, in any event, I am looking to get back to, and then here we have the script exchange. Grahati is no longer out there. Maybe he's in. Aha! Estinian's back. The others are not here. Estinian returned not long after we departed for the studium. A shame that he missed the chance to attend our lecture with the Scholark. Or perhaps not. Having spent most of the time in Thavnir, I've yet to fully grasp the lie of the land here in Sharlayan. Even finding my way to the Annex proved a challenge. It's literally down the road from the Aetheryte Plaza. You'd better not let your guard down around Key. One small favor becomes another, then another, and before you know it, you'll be running to the other side of the world in search of a bottle of wine or some other rubbish. Then again, it might make for a welcome change of pace from your usual heroics, and as the scholar said, it could also lead to interesting discoveries. Is it worth doing the crafting and gathering quests? It seems I've done an adequate job of relaying Scholar Monteshane's lecture to Raha. Given his experiences in the field of souls and memories, he had no trouble understanding it. Ah, welcome back. From what I hear, your trip to the studium proved most educational. While you were away, I received word from our fellow Scions. As I expected, when I want to manually repair and meld gear. Huh. Okay, so... Okay, as expected, news of the warding scales was met with much joy. Preparations are now underway to bring the leadership of the Grand Company of Eorzea and the Eastern Alliance together to determine a way forward. Our friends have asked that we bring the scales in our possession to Limsa Luminsa. Huh. So the time has come for us to go on the offensive. It's too early to say for certain, but that does seem to be the way the winds are blowing. I, for one, can think of no reason to oppose such a plan, but let us see what awaits us in Vilbrand. Let us start by getting the scales out of storage. Give me a hand, would you, Estinian? So can you, like, discover unique crafting recipes through the crafter quests then? Huh. Phew, I didn't realize these crates were so heavy. I shouldn't complain though, Vritra, I think, yeah, okay. I may give that a try then, assuming I get a crafter up to Endwalker. I'm still grinding through, the Shadowbringers levels on a couple of my crafters. I shouldn't complain though. Vritra and the alchemists of the great work put their heart and soul into each and every one of these scales, so you must treat them with the utmost care. Are you not coming with us? As much as I would like to escape the Forum's watchful gaze, I've little choice but to stay behind. We're already on thin ice, and if I, in my capacity as our official representative, were found to be consorting with foreign powers, well, you can imagine how that would go. Yeah, we'd be given the boot. I shall remain here and do my utmost to avoid ruffling any more feathers as I await word from Master Matoya and our other allies. With luck, we'll soon have good news of our own to share. The tide is about to turn. I can feel it. Talimsa Laminsa. If you'll excuse me, I'm gonna go get a drink of water. My throat is getting a little coarse. Okay, I'm back. Let me know if my voice starts to give out. Yeah. If you learn aught of interest, be sure to let me know. In the meantime, I will do what I can to aid our cause, though I fear that that will be precious little given the circumstances. Let me see if I can just take the boat back. You know, fast travel by boat. There's I don't know if it's free, but if I can do a cheaper version than the ether, yeah. Alright. Take a page from Graha and do that. Huh. $300 gold, so much cheaper, especially going to Lemsa. Okay, I was beginning to wonder why Limsa was looking a little dead. It was just loading. It's so... Limsa is so popular that sometimes other characters don't load. Ah, we have a Sprout. Progressing MSQ. I was told to expect you. As you may or may not be aware, the Admiral is at present entertaining the Elder Seedseer and the Sultana. Three of the most powerful women in the world in one room. Do you need a moment to prepare, or shall I show you to them? Let's go. Though I do appreciate the cue for if you want to get your glam looking right. For the cutscene. My apologies for calling you away from Charlene at such short notice. On the contrary, we are honored and grateful, and pleasantly surprised to be joined by such esteemed company. 'Twas only right that this discussion be conducted in person. We are locked in a war of attrition. Our forces struggle to contain the threat posed by the towers, and it is only a matter of time before we are overwhelmed. Victory will only be claimed through decisive action, and we have taken the initiative to set the wheels in motion. It is reassuring to learn we are all in accord. But might I ask what your plan entails? It hinges entirely on the warding scales and our ability to utilize their potential to the fullest. During your time in Charlene, the Allied nations have been engaged on separate fronts with no end in sight. To make matters worse, a surge in abductions of kobolds, Sahagan, Ixal, and Ananta have given rise to an increasing number of primals as well. But your triumph in Radzat-Han has given us cause to hope once more. The time has come to free ourselves of this menace. And it is you, the Scions of the Seventh Dawn, who have shown us the way. While the bulk of our forces will continue to hold the Telophoroi at bay, we will dispatch our finest to strike at the enemy's heart, Garlemald. Ooh, it sounds like Ashtola got through. These brave few will be the Ilzabard contingent. To think such progress has been made in so short a span. Its objectives are twofold. The first is to provide aid to the people of Garlemald. As previously reported, countless Imperial soldiers and civilians have been tempered, robbed of their free will. They serve the Telophoroi's every whim without question. They too are victims. It is our duty to deliver them from their suffering, not for strategic or political gain, but it is the right thing to do. I do not ask that we set aside the decades of conflict and conquest, that we simply choose to forgive and forget. I ask only that in choosing to remember, we do not also forsake our compassion and morality, for without that, there can be no reconciliation, only death without end. True. Aye, on that we can all agree. Our second objective is the colossal tower that Thancred and Urianger observed in the capital. Though its purpose remains unclear, the reason to believe the smaller spires are merely a precursor of what's yet to come. Until the Tower of Zot was toppled, we'd failed to make any headway. Though the same could be said of the Telophoroi, they are certainly in no rush to press further into our lands. I'd wager the Spire's primary purpose is to divide and keep us occupied while they work towards our annihilation. This would appear to be substantiated by Ishtala's analysis of the tower's influence on ethereal currents. Based on her observation inside the Tower of Zot, the spires siphon ether from the land, consuming it to maintain their form. However, they draw forth far more than is required for this task alone. The excess of ether remains unaccounted for, but we can be sure it is not. Being harnessed for our benefit. Well, that's an understatement. It wouldn't surprise me in the least if it was being redirected to the larger spire in the capital. There's a logic in that. Regardless, once we have uncovered the truth, we'll bring their schemes crashing down along with their infernal towers. That's all well and good. But what would you have us do? I assume it's more than handing over the scales and being on our way. We want you and your scales to join the Ilsabard contingent. Consider it an official request from both the Grand Company of Eorzea and the Eastern Alliance. Do you accept? Perhaps you should be the one to answer that. Oh great, they're putting it on me. For honor and glory, for the people of Garlemald, for revenge against the Telophori. Ooh. Technically, I should say for gold and glory, because I'm a member of the Immortal Flames, but now let's go with the first one. Couldn't have put it better myself. Ishtola and Thancred and Irianje have already pledged their support and are on— wow, the music has gotten loud. And are on their way to meet the rest of the contingent. They were positive you would come to the same conclusion as they did. Luckily for all involved, their prediction was correct. Once you have delivered the boarding scales to Alamigo, the contingent will embark on its journey to Ilsabard. Raban and Lord Amaric are overseeing preparations, so I suggest you make yourselves known upon arrival. Pack warm clothing, furs, and the like. Without it, the code will do you in before the Telophori so much as draw steel. As for us, we'll keep the enemy busy while you're gone. They're not the only ones who can create a diversion. Now go, safe in the knowledge that Eorzea will be as you left it, or better upon your return. Oh, there was a rainbow in the background! It was very bright, but did you see the rainbow? The attention to detail where we had rain and now we have a rainbow there. Oh, that was a good one. Okay, now I gotta go to the Alamigan Quarter. Sadly, I have not unlocked fishing. No, and I do have some stuff to sell. I may hold off on these. Wait, why do I have two of these that are literally the same, except one has 2% spirit bond? That one's market prohibited. Okay. Let me just check something. Okay, I'm nearly capped on seals. Okay, let me see about getting, I have to go first to Hingashi. No, I want Kugane. Yeah. I'm gonna try to get some of the, my crafting jobs a little more leveled. Let me just check something else. Oh, I still have custom deliveries to do. Well, while I'm... Okay, so what I'll do is this. I'll pick up the leatherworker one for those seals. Do a slight segue into the crafting because I want to... airship fittings. Wait, what? Uh-oh. That was lag. Oh boy, that was lag that I had there. That was a little scary to see. Well, I gotta go to the Crystarium. I know I'm spending a lot of gil because I haven't joined a free company, but that's largely because I've got friends who have an FC on a different homeworld, but I can't really justify purchasing the homeworld transfer service, nor do I have the luxury of doing that at this time, at least. Because I entered into the mosaic portrait. Let's see, Rogue Ninja 74. Links. Okay. So that's the couple of ones that I've got here. Now to go to Yulmore. And why don't I do the... Since I'm here. The custom deliveries, Kaishir. Yeah, I've only unlocked Minago and Kaishir. I finished the Minago. But yeah. Let me just do a double check that I remember how to do this. Oh wait, I have access to manipulation. Why haven't I been using that? I guess I'm so used to not having manipulation that... Okay. So let's do this. Oh no! Crap. I just busted it. Damn it. It broke. Ah. Okay, let's, oh, but I got it back. Thank goodness. Let's try this again for real this time. Damn it. Ah. This is proving more difficult than I thought. I was able to do this earlier. Let's see, and I do need crafters stuff. Okay, so I won't go for full. I'll try to get into the green, and that's that. So this is crafting, everyone. Ooh. Okay. There we go. I probably could have gotten that one all the way to max, but wasn't taking the chance. Oh no! Crap. I just wasted... Oh. I thought I had that, but oh well. I have 6, but apparently I didn't have any. Okay. So I now have those taking up inventory space. Well, you at least got to see me do some crafting and get some experience. Not much, but a little. Okay, in any event, back to Ul'dah. For some reason, I thought I still had stuff with him. The bonus is on the fishing one. So that just gave me a little bit more. Yeah, just a little bit more. Okay, so I've got those three. That gets me at least a little bit of gil back. Event on to the Alamegan Quarter. Yeah, I've basically mostly leveled those crafter jobs with those. And the other thing I did was I got a new mount. On my other character, I have the carpenter all the way to max, and it cost me a little bit of gil to get the lumber because it's not cheap, but I was able to make this bed mount, and I must say I like using it. The bed mount is perhaps my most favorite one. I love the children's magic bed for the stuffed animals on the side, but sadly I don't have good luck with fancy meeting you here. I trust our mutual friend is settling into life as a scion. Collaboration was never his forte. The moment the fighting ended, off he'd go like a gala cat, swept up in a strong breeze. But rest assured, he will always be there when you need him. Probably. If Amarok asks after me, say I'm getting on fine and leave it at that. Don't you dare breathe a word about the cord. Oh, he doesn't. So Amarok, your friend doesn't know how to spend gold properly. I must quiz Thancred and Oriantre on the conditions we can expect in Garlemald. I know it's cold, but how cold? Will I need to keep my ears covered? They can be a bit sensitive at times. Well, I've got similar ears. That's a good question. I'll admit this is a rather daunting, though not quite. This is all rather daunting, but though not quite in the way I was expecting. We'll be standing shoulder to shoulder with our alliance's finest, the best of the best, the warrior of light, and well, me. It's silly, I know. Perhaps this is my way of distracting myself from the part I should be worried about, marching to Garlemald. I'm quite looking forward to seeing who's been selected for the Ilsebard contingent. I have a few people in mind. Care to make a friendly wager? Oh, that's a good question. Who... Oh, they finally completed the restoration. Good. Well, anyway, let's get going. The Wanderers return. You've been busy bringing down a tower and producing the keys to destroying the rest of them. You should be proud. Those warding scales of yours are what's made this whole venture possible. Will you and Lord Emmerich be leading the contingent? Regrettably, no. Our role is to organize the various delegations into a cohesive unit. Once we've seen you all off, it's back to our respective posts. We dare not neglect our duties for too long, lest our defensive efforts fall into disarray. And just between us, there was a fair amount of opposition to the formation of the Ilsebard contingent. The very suggestion that we send out some of our finest troops behind enemy lines to render aid unto the Guardians has made me rather unpopular in certain quarters. Can't please them all. True enough. Sadly not, though I do my best. Truth be told, I'd much rather be at your side, charging into the fray. Alas, I've battles of my own to fight, where words may serve me better than any blade. I hate to say it, but Lord Emmerich's struggles mirror my own. For the time being, the best we can offer you is the peace of mind from knowing Eorzea is in safe hands. As you fight the good fight in Ilsebard, and the other commanders will do what we can, I and the other commanders will do what we can to convince the naysayers that our cause is just. Thank you, both of you. We meet again. Oh, Gaius and Maximus. Much has occurred since we parted ways in Werlet. From what I gathered, the protective talismans you obtained led to the formation of this expeditionary force. My contribution on this occasion is but a minor one, that being the information I have shared with Maxima. For the sake of the people of Garlemald, may the fates be on your side. So you're not coming with us. Strange. I thought you'd have a stake in this. I do. The Telefari have laid waste to my homeland and enslaved my people. Yeah, but he's been chosen to lead Werlet, so he's kind of a regional leader. But though every mote of my being cries for vengeance, I cannot be the one to deliver it. My presence alone would place the entire mission in jeopardy. I stand accused of murdering Emperor Varus and plunging Garlemald into chaos. Were I to travel with the Ilsebard contingent, it would give my countrymen ample cause to question our motives. Conversely, those who believe me innocent may instead celebrate the return of a former legatus and attempt to raise me to a position of leadership, further destabilizing the region and complicating the contingent's mission. Whether I am branded a villain or hailed as a hero, I would only hinder your efforts. We will deliver your people from harm in your stead. I doubt they'll be pleased to see the champion of Eorzea set foot on Garlean soil. I understand. Werlet is in your hands. Ooh, that's the... This is the generic good one to get things moving. This is the have a little bit of doubt, but a little more nuance. I'll go with the first one. what it's worth, you have my gratitude. You and your comrades have the strength and courage to deliver my countrymen. I am certain of it. In light of Gaius's rather unique circumstances, I instead will assume the role of your guide. Though I may have defected for political reasons, my love for Garlemald endures. I would stop at nothing to protect her and her people. Well said. Might I ask you to escort our friends inside? You might even bump into an old acquaintance or two, and if I don't see you again ere you depart, may the Fury guide and protect you. All of you. So that's Gaius Balzar, the horrors he must have seen many of his own making, I do not doubt. With the knowledge that our allies will hold the line in our absence, we may devote our attention to the Ilzabardian front. I suppose it's easy for some people to forget there are civilians in Garlemald too, when the only Imperials they've ever known are soldiers. Once we've seen the contingent on its way, I will return to my duties here in Alamigo. As many of our most capable will be traveling with you to Garlemald, we who remain will fight that much harder to make up the difference. But let no man say I do not welcome the challenge. This old bull, isn't ready to hang up his horns yet. I neglected to mention earlier that we received a report from our troops that may be of interest to you. We engaged with a lunar primal, a great worm. While engaged with a lunar primal, a great worm swooped down from the skies and came to their aid. The worm, as described, was the spitting image of Tiamat. It would seem she too continues to wage war against the Telafori. Interesting. Like Gaius, and she flew all the way from Mericidia. That's interesting. Like Gaius, I too stand accused of Varus's murder, though I am rather less recognizable on sight. Still, it's something to bear in mind once we reach Garlemald. Regardless of how my countrymen receive you, the cold will not treat you kindly. Underestimate it at your peril. We do attack to Alizé. I suppose it's easy for some people to forget there are civilians in Garlemald too, when the only... Okay, no, I already spoke with her. Okay, the best of the best. Maximo would have you meet your new traveling companions. Soon we get a Prezi. The other members of the Ilzabar contingent are gathered in the royal palace. I shall inform them of your arrival, so please make your way inside as soon as you are ready. Yeah. Spoke with everybody. Yeah, I've spoken with everybody here. The remaining members of the Scions, your friends and most of the Ilzabar contingent await you within. Would you like me to see you through? Sure.
By the 12.
Ooh. Yes! Oh yeah, the Thaumaturge Guild brothers.
I hope you don't mind, but we went ahead and started without
The Busi brothers.
As you can imagine, our traveling companions were eager to become acquainted. 'Tis a rare thing indeed to see such a diverse and talented group of individuals assembled for a single purpose. We fight not only for the sake of Eorzea, but for the entire world,
Sicard is
including
there.
the people of Garlemald.
And
Much lies on the
Arun,
efforts of the Ilstar
Lys.
contingent.
Well, oh,
Indeed,
and
which is why I am glad to find myself in the company of many trusted comrades.
Lucia.
yourselves included.
And I forget his name, but her name, but the one
Lucia.
from the pugilists,
I have come at the behest
the
of Lord
pugilists
Emmerich, who has honored me with
guild.
the role of Ishgard's representative. And for the good of all nations, not least my former homeland, I am determined to see this mission through to its end. We have a hard road ahead of us, but walk it we shall, together.
We too welcome this opportunity to work together once more. I have faith that, if there is a way to resolve this conflict, we will find it.
Allow me to introduce you to the rest of our company. Everyone! If I may have your attention.
Machinist Guild, yay! Pippin's
Might I ask
here.
you to speak first?
If I must, I am Arun Senna, spokesman for the Gridanian delegation, here on behalf of my esteemed sister, the Elder Seedseer. We shall provide support and protection to those in need during our time in Garlemald. To that end, I am joined by healers selected by the Conjurers Guild, with the Order of the Twin Adder's Finest serving as our escort. Of course, with an experienced white mage such as yourself accompanying us as well, those requiring more involved treatment will be in safe hands. Raya O sends her regards, by the way.
And even though I'm a black mage for this mission, it's a good reference that I unlocked white mage. All the little moments.
I know you.
The name's Sicard, in case you've forgotten. Truth be told, I'd rather you had forgotten. Any road, the Admiral asked Captain Hillfear to send his best, and for whatever reason, he picked me. Of course, if I'd refused, I'd be the laughingstock of the bloody executioners, and my reputation's taken enough of a keyhauling as it is. But more importantly, like any pirate worth his salt, I know when you're staring down a storm, you gotta trust in the commander of your ship. So if the Admiral wants us to go to Garlemald, not for plunder and glory, but the promise of peace in our time, then that's what we'll do. Since we all know how much the Empire loves its steel, we thought we'd bring along a few smiths to make the most of it. Give them a pile of scrap and they'll cobble together anything you fancy. Of course, just like the Gridanians, we got fighters of our own. We might have come with a more constructive purpose in mind, but we're more than capable of cracking skulls, believe you me.
Well, you're certainly raring to go. But then again, so are we. The most dependable warriors of Uldar and Alamigo have assembled at the Sultana and General Aldin's behest. If Garlemald has truly fallen, then the whole place is likely to be crawling with Telophoroi. We'll need plenty of troops to clear and hold a path for others to follow. That's where we come in. Naturally, Marshal Tarapin and I will be leading from the front.
It's been some time since I last saw you in your element on the battlefield.
From what I've heard, you've become pretty fearsome yourself. Master Matoya, the Avatar of Destruction.
Uh-oh. Hey, I'm just like, I'm holding my cards up. You can't see me. Oh, that's
And then
good.
we might finally get a chance to enjoy a good long rest. But until then, let's give it our all.
As for Ishgard, we Temple Knights have come in force to uphold our nation's commitment to the peace and welfare of our allies. The bitter cold of Garlemald is a formidable enemy in of itself. Our experience fighting in ice and snow will prove invaluable in the days ahead. Accordingly, I have been designated commander of the Ilzabard contingent. I will do all in my power to provide you with the leadership and guidance you require. The four high houses, House Hylinart foremost among them, have arranged for a host of machinists to join us on our mission. Their knowledge of Imperial Magitech is sure to be a great boon. They will address any problems of a technical nature, together with the smiths of Limpsa Lomitsa.
Alberic.
There is another awaiting introduction.
Oh dear. Oh no!
Lord
Wait. Oh my! Oh, not him. We're doomed.
Yes, Emanelaine de Forton, at your service.
We're doomed.
Though, lest there be any misunderstanding, I should stress that I've not become a fearsome warrior while you were away. Rather, far from it, actually. My brother, in his infinite wisdom, decided this would be an excellent chance to make something of myself. Oh, and fight for world peace and all that. But, should the opportunity arise for a spot of ballroom dancing, I will be your twinkle-toed gentleman of light.
Oh dear God. We're doomed. They sent a Manoline. We're doomed. Well, rather, everyone else is going to have to pull double the weight to make up for him and him alone. May your graceful prancing lead the way to victory. I dare say your fancy footwork may be all that stands between us and certain doom.
Huzzah! I cannot wait to regale Honoroi with my tales of daring-do.
I believe that concludes introductions for the Grand Company of Eorzea. Our allies from the Eastern Alliance were due to arrive some time ago, but it would appear they have been delayed.
Would that be the shinobi of Doma?
Actually, they've been tasked with relaying messages back and forth between the various Eastern nations. According to Lord Hien, however, an equally capable company of warriors has been sent in their stead.
Out of my way, you preening fool!
Ooh! Badu!
Forgive us for coming late. We are the delegates of the Eastern Alliance.
Cyrena, and you've brought company.
For battle and blood we come, as the steppe is sorely lacking in both. No towers befoul our lands, so we marched on those of Doma, only to find them beyond our reach. But now our thirst for slaughter will be slaked. No quarter to the enemy!
Sadu Hatun, no. We go to make peace with the Iron Men, not war.
Warriors of the Steppe, we've heard many tales of your bravery. We welcome you as allies. And these other ones you have brought are...
Members of the Dalmascan resistance group, Lente's Tears.
Grand.
And the Bosnian resistance. Between them, they have a wealth of experience in espionage, and are particularly adept at infiltrating Imperial facilities. Which is fortuitous, since Garlemald's domain is so vast that I could never hope to handle reconnaissance duties all by myself.
Dalmasca, Bosnia, Alamigo. All lands which have suffered the tyranny of the Empire. I would never presume to question your motives. Nevertheless, I must reiterate that our goal is to aid the victims of the Telophoroi, the common folk of Garlemald. And they are victims, make no mistake. Though I understand that many may struggle to see them as such.
You're more right than you know. For every one of us that answered the call, there were a dozen that refused. Not only in Alamigo, but everywhere we went. And who could blame them? The Empire's always been the enemy. But after seeing what we've seen, fighting and working against and with Garleans, there's no denying the simple truth. They're just people. No different from you or I. They've got their share of liars and murderers, but so do we. So do we all. Fordola, who once swore herself to Garlemald, has proven herself a trusted ally time and time again. Every Eorzean here knows Cid Garland, the Imperial defector who shared with us countless technological wonders. Gaius bloody Baelsar himself is working to help rebuild Wurlit, a nation he once conquered. So you can believe me when I say that every fighter here understands and accepts that the Imperials are not monsters and are deserving of help. Or at least that they were able to put aside their feelings for the greater good. It won't be easy, but we're all determined to make this world a better place.
What lingering concerns I may have had were clearly unwarranted. I agree with everything you said wholeheartedly.
Then we are in accord. Now, let us review our strategy. To reach the Garlean capital in northern Ilsabard, we must cross the central mountain range. Fortunately, Garland Ironworks can provide aerial transport, sparing us this most treacherous part of our journey. However, attempting to fly any closer to Garlemald would attract the attention of the Telophoroi. As they appear to have seized control of the majority of the Imperial military, we must assume that includes its fleet. In addition, Garlemald possesses devices that can interfere with airship navigational systems, further discouraging an airborne approach.
Given the circumstances, the closest we dare deploy our contingent is an area between the range and the capital, the Magna Glaciers. From there, we must travel the rest of the way on foot. We will also need to bring the airships with us to ensure we can withdraw with haste. Although much of the terrain will be blanketed in snow, we should be able to make use of local roads and shipping facilities. The vast ice field will afford us an unobstructed view of the surrounding area. On the other hand, it will also allow others to easily spot us, so it is imperative that we only make camp in positions where we can easily defend ourselves. And the airships, which must be kept safe at all costs.
We cannot account for every possibility, so we must be prepared to think on our feet. We will be tested. Sorely tested, I expect. But for our homes and for our people, and a people not our own but in need, we will succeed. Spare no effort in your preparations. Once we depart, there is no turning back.
Oh my, yeah, it's everyone. Of course, gotta speak with everyone. This is extraordinary to be in such company, the finest of our allies. The finest our allies have to offer. With comrades such as these, we are bound to succeed. I am certain of it. I did not expect to see the other former Azure Dragoon here of all places. As he well knows, I am not one for verbose greetings. We shall instead let our lances do the talking once we are on the battlefield. Then we'll see if the others have been diligent. The other has been as diligent in his training. We've been part of joint military operations before, and with far greater numbers. But for some reason, this feels very different to our previous experiences. Despite having shared little more than introductions, there is already a palpable sense of camaraderie. Oh, I thought that was Guild-a-Lot. And Sansom! I think I noticed I did the bard. Our prowess has finally been recognized with the Order of the Tornado. Naturally, Guild-a-Lot is also helping us. Whilst his ability as a bard is unmatched, I do worry about his judgment. However, you need not. I shall be keeping a close eye on him, I promise. I can't lie to you, Myrokos. I wasn't entirely for this whole thing when Sanson spoke to me. But if it means being your brother-in-arms, then who am I to pettifog? I shouldn't be so hard on him, I suppose. This bard unit is quite impressive, really. Yes, one must give credit where credit is due, rather uncouth for one to do otherwise, after all. In case you were wondering, Ashiba will be staying behind to defend the 12's Wood with my sisters. She was of the opinion she would make a useful addition to our contingent and was eager to make good on her vow to accompany me as well, which was flattering, but ultimately it was decided that her skills would be better put to use keeping our homeland safe. I am of course obligated to share with her every detail when I return. I don't know who this person is, but I imagine they're important to the quest line. But if I unlock the job, whatever job they're associated with, presumably I'd be able to speak with them. Yeah, I imagine that would be the case. I'm here representing the Marauders Guild, and it's my job to keep the Smiths out of harm's way. Mind you, with them hammers of theirs, they can put up a fair fight themselves. With a bit of luck, this will be over and done before you know it. Maybe when this is all over, you could pay the Axe Master a visit. He still tells all the new recruits about the time you killed Kujata and avenged that boy's parents. I remember it like it were yesterday. Until the Empire fell, Guardians were the only ones we were allowed to impose tariffs upon the sea, at sea. Weren't easy pickings, but I made myself a pretty girl. Since they've been so generous to me and mine, perhaps it's time I returned the favor and gave a little something back. Well, that's a change of tune. Kakabuku. Nay. Often has father told me of the struggles faced by Alamigo in the days of the occupation, and I too have crossed swords with the Empire on many occasions. Though Garlemald has long been our bitter enemy, Her Grace has elected to bolster the Ilzabard contingent with members of the Immortal Flames. As representatives of the Sultanate, we are one in our commitment to the cause. We came as quickly as we could. We would follow your example and devastate the Teleferi with the full extent of our powers. Worry not for your brother's Busi. We will return soon enough. Okay, so Kakabusi is Truhuta. I'm so glad I found you. I've for you a letter from Master Harmon. Let's read it together, shall we? Now let's see here. I have every confidence that your fists shall bring the Telophori to their knees, and should you espy the beautiful maidens thereabouts, perhaps sing to them my praises. Charming, master. Well, more fool me for thinking that letter would contain something actually inspiring. Let's just forget this note exists and focus on the battle ahead. That is something Master Harmon would say, to be fair. It seems so long ago we were sailing across the blue sea and charging about the Azim steppe with Serena and the others. I'd say we are overdue for another adventure. It brings back memories to see so many familiar faces. We've been through so much together, good times and not so good. I expect Garlemald will be mostly the latter, but I'd like to believe we'll look back on these days more fondly in the years to come. But for that to happen, we'll have to make it out of this alive. Don't you die on me, eh? May I? I've led troops into battle many a time, but never a unit with such a diverse range of talents. While I've been briefed on their capabilities, I expect you could provide additional insights into their strengths and weaknesses. I'd appreciate any advice you may have. I cast my lot with the populares to bridge the divide between Garlemald and her territories, that all may be united in common cause. But we were disparaged as a radical element and dissenters looking to destabilize the Empire from within. Many friends and even my parents perished in unfortunate accidents. I too would surely have met the same fate had I not defected. Nevertheless, I still dream of equality and peace for us all. As the world itself stands on the brink of collapse, I hold out hope that one day that dream will become reality. Huh. Well, if I'd known what a social gathering this would turn out to be, I'd have dressed for the occasion. Still, this seems the perfect opportunity to mingle with the other guests. Would I be correct in assuming those ladies over yonder are Serena and Sadhu of the Steppe? Perhaps I should introduce myself, though I don't much like the look of that fellow with the enormous axe. Sadhu would kill you, and Serena would be disinterested. If it isn't Myrokos, his thanks in no small part to you that the manufactory's future is looking brighter than ever. My friend, I am pleased to report that I and a handful of my colleagues have been selected to join the contingent. Ere the expedition has ended, even the Temple Knights will be singing our machinist's praises, once they have borne witness to not only our mechanical proficiency, but our combat prowess too, of course. Let me have a look at you. A touch nervous to enter the battlefield, perhaps? Well, I shall be out there alongside you as a Temple Knight, serving with your fine van. Though I may not look it, I was the Azure Dragoon once upon a time, so you can rest assured I will give all that I have in the coming fight. I certainly won't want to be shown up by you or Estinian. I've close ties with the scouts of the Eastern Alliance and various resistance groups, and they're an absolute joy to work with. Blessed are we to have made countless steadfast allies over our journey's course. Indeed, we are joined today by many new acquaintances who in time we shall come to call our comrades and mayhap friends. Ooh, perhaps this person I might know had I continued some of the Boja. Perhaps, I don't know. Serena? Okay, I'm glad to see you well, Myrokos. Grandmother was worried for you. The night I agreed to come hither and join the contingent, the gods sent her a strange dream. 2 suns, one burning red, the other frozen black. Closer they circled, closer and closer as they danced. The world fell into ruin in blinding chaos. She spied blackened silhouettes and knew at once that one was yours. Yet we knew not how to interpret this dream, save as a sign that great danger awaits, but whatever lies ahead, I will walk with you, traveler. I care not for the Iron Men or their troubles. It is the destiny of the weak to die in ignominy. Even so, I will do as I have agreed. I volunteer to join this band at Serena's request, and if she thinks it a worthy cause, then that is reason enough. Though we hail from different tribes, our bond has grown strong of late. She is much better company on a hunt than any of the steps fishermen could dream to be. Oh, so they're becoming friends. And Magni. With the Mole, champions of the Nodum and the Dorthal, having sent so many here, I had thought to defend the steppe in their absence, and I would have done so were it not for my stepbrothers. They urged me to grant our allies the sun's might, that his radiance may deliver them unto victory. Though I must tolerate the presence of this feral Dortharly dog, as first among my brothers, I could do no less than accept this challenge. My deeds will become the stuff of legends. I wonder who this is. Let me know in the comments or in chat if you know who this is and what his deal is about, because he's not one of the people from the Belgian resistance I've met. And Fran is the only member of Lente's Tears that I have met. Or one of them. Okay. I need to step away and get a drink for a moment, so before I click this, because I have a feeling once I click this, I'm not going to be able to pause for a while. So if you need to get up and stretch your legs, that Lolafel looks like he's from the Scholar Job quest line. Okay, that makes sense. They for the city-states, they clumped the various, people together. So Arin Sennis from the White Mage, Sanson and Gildeladder from the Bard. No one from the Lancers Guild, but there is Albrecht from, and of course Estinian from the Dragoon questline, Stephanian from the Machinist, which I did. Of course, the Manoline's MSQ. Chuchuto is from the Pugilist Guild, so if you unlocked Monk, you got him. I did speak with Hokabuki, so I'm a Black Mage, my first job, so of course he's there. And of course, Warrior was, I think, the second job that I unlocked, or maybe it was the third, I forget, but yeah. Brunbar is from the Marauders Guild, as we said. So I'm gonna step away and take a breather for a moment. If you need to get up and stretch your legs, go to the bathroom, do so now, because the second I talk to Estrella, we will be diving in. Okay, and I'm back. So, did I talk to Alizé? I was half expecting the man who taught me red magic amongst our number, but he's nowhere to be seen. I forgot about Alizé. Huh. I suppose he's had his share of unpleasant experiences with the Empire, but so have we all. Perhaps there's some other reason. Well, in any case, I have a feeling I'll see him again once this is all over. I'm sure he'll be pleasantly surprised by how much my swordplay improved since we last met. Well, last I saw him, he was standing idle in Mordana. I'm surprised you didn't see him. He's right there in the Ether Right Plaza for Revenant's Toll. I just needed to close the door there, so here we go. Talk to Ishtola. Besides the delegates assembled here, the Amalja and several other tribes offered to send troops of their own. Unfortunately, due to their physiology, many would struggle simply to survive in the harsh climate of Ilzabard. They would also likely prove tempting targets for abduction by the Telophoroi. Sadly true. All things considered, they can better aid the cause by bolstering our defenses in Eorzea through though their eagerness to do so, eagerness to do more has been noted. We few shall have to suffice ere we embark. We must distribute the warding scales to our comrades. Care to do the honors? Yes. These enchanted talismans, or should that be talisman, would probably require considerably less time and effort to produce if the alchemists of the great work were not so preoccupied with making them look pretty. Well, I imagine that's part of their function. So these are the famed warding scales. Enough for me and my men, I see. I myself am especially grateful for this opportunity to visit distant lands. I wish to follow in the footsteps of Master Atoa and learn all there is to learn of the star we call home. Indeed, that is the primary reason I volunteered to join the expedition. To journey outside the Twelveswood, much less enter into Imperial territory, is a rare privilege afforded to a Pajal. Not that I am tagging along to see the sights. The Garlands would benefit from my healing magics, as would our comrades, should fighting break out. I hear you've got something for us. Yep. Ah, them scales everyone's been talking about. Pretty little things, ain't they? Reckon they'll be worth a gil or two when this is all over, but we'll hold on to them for now. And one more thing. I know what you're all thinking. Why didn't they send Einzar instead? Buggered if I know. All the Admiral and Captain Hilfer told me was that they needed someone to help safeguard the future. And here I am, can't say they haven't got a sense of humor. For some of you might be wondering what good a pirate is on dry land, in the middle of the sodden snow of all places. Well, me and my crew will do whatever needs doing, so let's set sail, or however the saying goes on airships. That a set of warding scales I spy. Not that I would know what they'd look like. But they are. Wow, look at these. Even a layman like me can tell they're bursting with ether. all the better to fend off the tempering waves. Is that the right term? Anyway, these will give us one less thing to worry about, which just leaves the other mountain of whatever else is waiting for us in Garlemald. Only one way to find out, eh? And nervous or not, I'd march through all 7 hells if it gave me a chance to put Xenos back in the grave where he belongs. Last one. I have to use Serena. Okay, warding skills for the Ishgardian delegation, I take it. Many things. These talismans may prove to be the deciding factor in the battles to come. I find myself conflicted by this foray into Garlemald, sent by the Empire to infiltrate Ishgard, only to throw in my lot with those whose secrets I was supposed to be stealing. And now I lead a mission to save my country, save the countrymen I betrayed. But that is doubtless why I was chosen by Lord Amaric. He would have me put my extensive knowledge and former ties to good use. I will not disappoint him. For the future of Ishgard, Garlemald, and the world at large, I will lead us to victory. Well, at least I'm going in order. And Serena last. We heard it could be cold in Garlemald, so we came prepared. And now you're even more prepared. Oh, the talismans. We are to keep these close at all times, yes? I will see that no one misplaces theirs. And before I forget, I have a message from Hien. In distant lands, in times of strife, together stand, together fight. In darkness shines the light of life. I have done his words justice. Doma, like much of Othard, has been plagued by the towers, yet while he could not be here, he wished to express his shared conviction. He and Yugiri labor without rest to unite the people, and with their aid, we keep the enemy at bay. And we of the Steppe and the Eastern Alliance will repay their efforts by ending this war. Okay. Is there anyone else? Nope. That's everyone. For good or ill. Do you have a warning scale for me too? Yes. Thank you for this and for going to such incredible lengths for the sake of my people. Though I have little to offer in return, I would impart some advice, if I may. You have been told by many to wear the cold of Isilbard, and I cannot stress enough that this is no token warning. I will be distributing specially made warming tinctures, courtesy of the Alchemist's Guild, but understand that they are no substitute for proper protection. I leave the provisioning of said protection to your discretion. Now let us proceed to the Alamegan Quarter. While you make your final preparations, I will have the pilots ready the airships. Nope. Preparations? I've got my armor and my lance. What more could I need? Since my revival, I've been lax in expanding my limited wardrobe. Think we have time for a quick trip back to old Charlene? I recall a rather fetching coat. If anything you still need to take care of, you'd better see to it now. This coat is quite warm, but I have something rather thicker for occasions like these. There's no telling how long we'll be out in the open, and we can't go starting fires willy-nilly if we want to avoid detection. Concoctions to fortify the flesh against cold and against wind and cold are commonly sold in the Oldon markets, though they are of dubious provenance and efficacy. 'Tis said, however, that in recent days the Alchemist Guild hath produced A tincture capable of such a feat, mayhap the achievements of their Thavnarian counterparts did spur them to action, that they not be put to shame. It's something of a constant refrain that we require warmer clothing. My present garb may be lacking, fur color notwithstanding. Okay, yeah. But yeah, that's the, if you have anything else to do, we do it now. For the life of me, I can't think of anything. I mean, there is that crafting, or rather the gathering thing, but that's not exactly a pressing thing that I need to do. My gear is mended. So let's see what happens. This is our last chance to make ready before we set forth. You needn't worry about Rianji and I. We still have what we wore in Garlemald before. Istinian claims to be quite warm and toasty beneath his armor, and since he spent a fair bit of time up north recently as well, I have no reason to doubt his words. Most of the others will be borrowing Grand Company stock. The rest of you could likewise, I suppose, provided you're not overly concerned with style. Not to put too fine a point on it, but I wouldn't be seen dead in one of those ridiculous overcoats. If only I had time to find something of something to my liking. Hark! Is that the cry of a sign in need of a tailor, I hear? Is that... Yep, that's Tataru! But how? I have my ways, oh yes indeed. You thought you could sneak off to Ilsabard without telling me? Nothing escapes my notice. Now you will wear these garments I've made for you, whether you like it or not. You never cease to amaze. But why do you need a new outfit as well? Wait, are you coming with us? What? No, of course not, silly. It's all in the name of fashion, or rather the pursuit of the highest quality fashion. Besides, how can I expect others to wear my creations if I've never worn them myself? Fair point. I did have one other thing to share. Ergmus and Bluida have finally returned from assignments in faraway lands. They'll be staying at the Rising Stones for a while to keep an eye on events throughout Eorzea. Since they'll be running things back at headquarters, I was wondering if I could lend a hand in Charlene? Oh, why not? You can keep Corral company in the Baldesion Annex. Yes, we'd love to have you there, and I heard Ergmus and Bluida did a fine job carrying on in our stead while we were lying comatose. With them in charge of the Rising Stones, we've nothing to worry about. My thoughts exactly. While I'm confident you won't go collapsing again, because a certain someone who shall remain nameless isn't in a position to transport yourselves to another world, if anything similarly disastrous were to happen, I'll be well positioned to do something about it. Ooh, throwing shade at Graha within ear's reach. Anyway, I've got a few things to take care of, and then I'll make my way to Charlene. I really do hope these new clothes are enough to keep you warm in Garlemald. It's not much, but it's the only thing I can do for you other than pray for your safe return, which I will, every day. Let's not keep the contingent waiting any longer. Well, is my garb already not warm enough? I mean, I've got some wool fringe at the fringe at the bottom. It certainly looks warm enough. The dark colors certainly are good at absorbing light. So when there is light, it's a good natural absorber of warmth. Here are your winter woolies, handcrafted by yours truly. North Sea coat. I don't know about the brown. I don't know about the brown. Is it dyeable? Can I get in? Oh, it is dyeable. Good. I guess it is supposed to be black. Then, just that particular. Okay, fair enough. So. A frosty reception. Kataru is desperately trying to retain her composure as she prepares to see you off on another perilous journey. I'm told the airship pilot has been sent to meet you. Ah, there he is. Alright, this is where we go our separate ways. Do be careful, won't you? Judy! Oh no. I modeled your clothing on what Alphino and I wore when we journeyed to Lord Horshafont's falling snow. From Lord Horshafont's falling snows to Ishgard for the first time. I thought it looked familiar. In those days, I barely knew one end of a sewing needle from the other, and as you've always had very individual tastes, I let you pick your own outfit. I'd like to think my skills have improved since then, but do you know what's more important than skill? Heart and soul. There's plenty to be found in each and every one of my works. True enough. Okay, we have a duty. It is an honor to finally meet you. We of the Garland Ironworks will be ferrying you and your contingent across the mountains into Garlemald. For many of us, it will be something of a homecoming. Our illustrious founder was only our most notable imperial defector. For that reason, the company is committed to the success of this expedition. Our resources are at your disposal, and if there is aught we might do to be of further assistance, please do not hesitate to ask. If you are ready to depart, I will ready the engines. Oh, the words! It's the words again. Upon boarding the airship, several cutscenes will play in sequence. It is recommended you set aside sufficient time to view these scenes in their entirety. In addition, you will be required to participate in battle. Your progress will be saved at certain points, so this is going to be like the primals fight where it's a staged thing. You will be able to try again from the most recent of these. Please note that if you enter battles associated with other quests or log out from the game, this progress will be lost. Let's go.
Ilsabad, divided in twain by a vast mountain range. Those who would traverse its jagged peaks face peril at every step. But why go by foot when one can simply fly? . On the
What?
outskirts of the Imperial capital, in the frozen wastes of the Magna Glacius.
I forget that airship's name, but how did
The winds howl in icy protest, as if to warn against further trespass.
Oh, Madeline wasn't thinking.
We've received word from Thancred's reconnaissance party. They've sighted a detachment of heavily armed Imperials.
Survivors of the Civil War, perhaps?
Perhaps, but there is more to it than that. Maxima reports that they're led by Vergilia, legatus of the 3rd Legion, which comprises the bulk of their number.
And it was the 4th Legion that had control over Bosnia. And Dalmasca. That's a good chunk of territory.
However, they are also joined by several members of the 1st.
From what I recall, the 3rd Legion fought for Nerva in the War of Succession following Varus' death. The 1st, on the other hand, were under the direct command of the Emperor and rejected Nerva's claim to the throne. These legions were enemies.
Indeed. In fact, our sources claim that it was a conflict between them that sparked the Civil War. Yet now, these former foes cooperate to defend a ruined Garlemald from invasion.
Then it is all but certain they have been tempered.
So, what's the plan? If me and my crew is out reaving, we charge straight in, no messing about. But that ain't what we're here for.
Quite right. Soldiers or no, they are people of Garlemald, the very ones we have come to aid. Direct confrontation is unavoidable. Nevertheless, we must make every effort to limit casualties on both sides. Rather than kill them, I would remove them from the field.
How so? Savage beatings, disarmament, and imprisonment? Not impossible, but easier said than done in the heat of battle.
Having observed the opposition, I imagine Thancred had something to suggest?
He did. He and the other scouts have already infiltrated a supply depot some distance beyond the Imperial detachment's current position. Stored within is a stockpile of Magitech armaments, and once we give the signal, Thancred's team will destroy them all. In so doing, we will deprive frontline troops of materiel, and likely force the detachment to send men to investigate.
Divide and conquer. Not a bad idea.
Okay, I'm going to just let it ride.
Once the scouts have finished their preparations, we will split into 2 groups. The first will form the vanguard, while the other brings up the rear with our supplies. As for the Scions, I ask that you lend your assistance where you deem it needed most. I would prefer, however, that you accompany the rearguard and be prepared to join the van at a moment's notice. Kept in reserve as our trump card, so to speak.
Meanwhile, at the Imperial Supply Depot, Isn't that resistance garb?
Your proposal was well received. More specifically, they asked that we destroy the Imperial's toys in as spectacular a fashion as possible.
Ishtola always did have a flair for the dramatic. She's not an easy woman to please, but I shall do my best to satisfy her thirst for fireworks. All right. Once more for my peace of mind. Our first objective will be to rig the enemy's magitech with explosives. After we've withdrawn to a safe distance, we'll detonate them remotely. Our second will be to issue a deactivation command to the automated units via the control terminal. If our calculations are correct, this signal should reach those deployed on the front line, giving our friends a much-needed upper hand. The blizzard will help us stay hidden, so let's aim to get in and out before it passes. Trust in the plan, and we should all live to see tomorrow.
Ooh, this feels like it's gonna be tough.
In the meantime, I will relay messages back and forth as the situation unfolds. You'll forgive me if I ask again, but are you certain you wish to play the lone wolf?
Wouldn't have it any other way. Call it foolish and reckless if you like, but I'll get the job done. I always do.
Very well. I wish you the best of luck.
Okay, so stealth mission. Assuming there's nothing else you wish to confirm, may we commence with the mission? We may commence with the mission as soon as you are ready. Okay, so let's. Okay. Okay. In the coming battle, you will fight as Thancred. You have two objectives: place explosives on the Imperial Magitech. Deactivate the frontline magitech units via the control terminal. If the guards detect and pursue you, enemy forces will become aware of the threat you pose, as indicated by the awareness gauge. The gauge will gradually fill until you defeat all alerted enemies. The gauge will be if the gauge is completely filled, the guard will call for reinforcements and the mission will end in failure. Use swift deception to avoid detection as you go about completing your objectives. Okay. Literal stealth mission. Okay, success hinges on the following points. Swift deception renders Thancred invisible and increases his movement speed. While active, enemy soldiers and magitech will be unable to perceive Thancred's presence even if they are within close proximity. However, it has no effect on the guard dog's acute sense of smell and they will be able to detect Thancred regardless. Moreover, this action can only be used outside of combat. It will also be unavailable when Thancred attempts to deactivate magitech fields or execute other actions. Thancred's silent takedown will instantly render a soldier unconscious. It can only be used while swift deception is in effect. Though it cannot be used on magitech or guard dogs, utilizing silent takedown whenever possible is essential in clearing a path to your objectives. So it's only usable on the people. Okay. As guard dogs can detect Thancred even when swift deception is active, you can instead use a bewilderment bomb to distract them and sneak past unnoticed. Conversely, bewilderment bombs have no effect on magitech or soldiers, so take care to choose the right tool for the situation. Okay, bomb for the dogs, stealth action for the people, and the stealth actions for the people. Okay.
Keep your wits about you.
It's time. We only have one shot at this, so let's make it count.
Oh,
Spotted.
okay.
Seven hells.
Damn it.
This is Thancred. The explosives are in place.
Very good. All is proceeding as planned. Head to the control terminal. It should be to the northwest.
Understood. Have the others wait at the rendezvous point. Must be losing my touch.
Damn it, damn it, damn it, no! Oh, crap.
Like this.
Damn it! Okay. Let's try this again on very easy. I hate these complex things. And I got so far. That was really frustrating. Already seen this. No need.
Keep your wits about you.
It's time. We only have one shot at this, so let's make it count.
Okay, so I have those two to get. Come on, come on, come on.
This is Thancred. The explosives are in place.
Very good. All is proceeding as planned. Head to the control terminal. It should be to the northwest.
Understood. Have the others wait at the rendezvous point.
Okay, wait for the... Okay. Damn it.
Spotted.
That's alright. It must have been on cooldown. Crap. Oh, I can't handle. Come on. Ooh. Okay, where to now? Okay, there. Ooh. That was a lot simpler.
You are returned, and none the worse for wear, to my considerable relief.
What news from our comrades?
They stand at the ready.
Excellent. Then let the fireworks begin.
A few moments later, at the rear of the supply caravan.
The blizzard's beginning to clear. The Vanguard should be engaging the Imperials any moment now, if they haven't already. Ishtola and the others are with them, so I'm sure they'll be all right, but... Wait! Something's coming!
Uh-oh. And we're under attack.
Looks like we ain't the only ones who sent out scouts. Keep them away from the carriages! We lose those, and we're as good as dead!
Fighters! Protect the others! A brief respite, but stay alert. Keep the carriages safe.
What impeccable timing! Fear not, friends! The savior of Ishgard is here!
Maybe it might be a bit much coming from him. And of course he's I don't know right there, but they're just unconscious. Oh wait, that I only know one.
Display, but the other carriages are still in danger. Go on ahead. We'll hold the line.
We're the only ones still struggling. Time we put our backs into it then. I've been itching for a good scrap.
Uh-oh. Whoa, get out of the way! Slickard, that's not what you want to do. You don't want to stand in the way of a hexadron.
You lot all right back there? We're fine and ready for more. Hear that? Get to the front and turn the tide.
Meanwhile, on the front line,
Removed from the field was not a euphemism for enthusiastically murder.
It's nothing that won't heal in time. The trouble is, their tempering has made them utterly fearless. Subduing them would be easier if they had the capacity to submit in the first place.
Well, this is the path our young charges would have us walk, and that we all agreed to follow. You knew it would be hard, yet still you pledged your lance, did you not?
That I did.
I like having a Stinian with us. Oh my. Serena's up against her?
That's
oh dear.
Virgilia. Damn it. I need to help the others take her down.
There's no end to them!
I was wondering when you'd turn up. There's no stopping us now.
I am so glad I got the shiny version of the relic weapon. I know it's not the final version, but I'm so glad I got it.
We have them now! Forward!
Right! Let them have it!
As a raging bull! That's her! Virgilia!
Do not fall behind!
Well, what? Okay, what is it? Whoa! for the moment. Oh my. Not ads. Oh no, come on, don't me. Ow.
Kill or die!
Uh-oh. I'd say get away from the center.
Tremble before the sun!
May your scream fill the air!
Oh no, oh no, 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 I need... Yes! Oh, I was afraid I'd lose one of those. Oh, I missed that Stormblood trial. It was annoying to be victim to that meteor, but then suddenly when there was an ally, perfect.
A worthy adversary. Rest, recover, reclaim yourself. Then we will fight again, to the death.
Sadu Hatun!
That was the last of them. The day is ours, thanks to your timely arrival. What of the supply caravan? Outmaneuvered, but not outmatched. Good. Let us take the Imperials into custody and rejoin our comrades. And soon we shall arrive at the capital.
Magni, the little son, and totally being spurned by Serena. Oh, that was such a funny moment. And if you skipped ahead to
So cold and unforgiving. Thus spoke Emperor Solus as he gazed upon his barren domain. "800 years it had been since the Garleans first set foot here. Bested by the Kavosi after centuries of war and driven from fertile southern pastures into the blasted northern wastes. In that garden of desolation, they clung to one another for warmth, freezing, hungry, desperate, hated. The chosen forsaken. In the year 1513 of the 6th Astral Era, a young legatus named Solus single-handedly sparked the Magitech Revolution. How did he conceive the machina that feed on ceruleum? Once a common, soft-spoken soldier, how had he so quickly ascended through the ranks? Like so many others, those who knew the truth are gone. Taking in the capital with his eyes for the first time, I recall thinking to myself, far colder on the earth than in the heavens. Yes, far colder indeed, bitterly so.
Fog. It must be foggy. I can't even see the tower. Unless that's
Not
by
so much as a
design.
whisper.
The roads leading beyond the city walls would have been used less in recent years. Nevertheless, this was one of the most important gateways into the capital.
A buzz day and night with activity, aye. Merchants passing through the checkpoint, many of them stopping at the local hostelries.
Surely they cannot all have been tempered.
We can consider the question after we have made camp. If we spend any longer outside, we may well freeze to death where we stand. The tempered Imperials, too.
This will be our temporary base of operations. Secure shelter for ourselves and the injured, and dispatch scouts to survey the surrounding area.
If we're planning on staying here a while, we ought to give this place a proper name.
Well, the constant sound of ice cracking underfoot makes me think of broken glass. An apt name, perhaps. But enough of this. To work, everyone!
Ooh. Ooh, etherite. Wait, we brought a delivery Moogle with us? We brought a delivery Moogle with us. Like, of all the things to bring, we brought a delivery Moogle? Alright, nothing to mend. It shouldn't be long before we have a half-decent camp with so many helping hands. I was concerned the snow might hinder our progress, but our Ishgardian friends are used to working in conditions like these. In spite of the obstacles, we faced our plan. In spite of the obstacles we faced, our plan proceeds apace. Just a little farther and we will reach the capital itself. Still, we mustn't get ahead of ourselves, and as soon as the camp has been made fit for purpose, we are to discuss a course of action with Lucia. Would you mind asking Ishtola and Graha to join us in that building to the northeast of the camp? Alize and I will meet you there. Yeah. Fog. can't see anything. Well, we can sort of see the visage vaguely. You know, the silhouette there, but... A meeting? Yes, I'll make my way over once my head has cleared. In truth, I've been feeling out of sorts since we arrived. Uh-oh. Is she okay? The air is thick with a palpable aura of malevolence. With the monstrous tower on the horizon, jagged, hideous, unholy, even at this distance, its presence is overwhelming. Much like the sensation I felt in the Tower of Zot, only far more terrifying. Ether flows unceasingly towards it, converging into a swirling mass of unfathomable power. For a blessing, the constant chill in the air is helping to anchor my senses in the here and now. Tell the others I shall be with you in a few moments. Okay, and here's our exit back to the locks. But I think I attuned? Yes, I attuned. Good. Yep. You will be pleased to know most of the Tempered have been quartered inside the nearby buildings and are receiving treatment as we speak. I do, however, feel no small amount of guilt for commandeering civilian homes. The occupants may be long gone, but everything is exactly as they left it. Considering the length of time that has clearly passed since, one would expect to find them ransacked. Strangely, there are no signs of anything having been stolen. It's possible that everyone fled at the first sign of trouble, though it seems to me they left far too many useful possessions behind. Although there is no conclusive evidence, I strongly suspect that they were tempered. Oh dear. Sorry, I was merely thinking aloud. You mentioned a meeting. I will make my way there. But no one... Well, we know that there was a lot of scurrying around this place during pre-patch. If no one made it out alive, that's where the labor force came from. Hell bells, this place is bloody freezing. Rather be tied to the topmast in a storm than suffer this cold any longer. Anyone what can spare a swig of rum, that'll sort me out. The tempered soldiers are sleeping soundly while they undergo treatment. There are too many to attend at once, but I and the other healers will see to all eventually. Virgilia is in our care, along with the rest of the Tempered. Glory be to Garlemald, glory be to Garlemald. They still whisper in their sleep even as they writhe in pain. Ugh. Raban taught me a lot about military strategy during exercises in the fringes. Coordinating units with wildly different capabilities, surveying and securing hostile terrain, that sort of thing. Now I have the chance to put his teachings into practice. We've asked the Ironworks members and some of our other comrades to stay with the airships. In the event we are discovered, we must be ready to move them swiftly to a safer location. This is all that remains of Laterum. Homes become empty husks. If this is the state of the outlying villages, I dread to think what has become of the capital. Thank you for informing the others of our meeting. When everyone is here, we will begin.
Our present situation is as follows. efforts to aid the people of Garlemald have begun in earnest. Moreover, having entered into the capital, the Imperial Palace is within our reach.
But before we proceed further, we must learn what has befallen this city. For therein lies the key to understanding and combating the Telophoroi's designs.
I have a suggestion, if I may. Several of the Imperial soldiers we captured on the Magna Glaciers are members of the Populares and acquaintances of mine. Once we have cured them of their tempering, they should be able to give a reliable account of the events leading to the capital's downfall.
A promising idea. I will assist the healers and their ministrations. Of course, I will require a porxie of my own, assuming you can spare one.
Would you like a hand?
No, I am sure we will manage. Better that you take my place in the field. The noxious ether of this place disagrees with me, and as I shall need to draw on my own for the treatment, 'twill be prudent for me to remain within the camp.
This talk of curing the tempered is all well and good, but I reckon the cold is a more pressing concern. All the houses round here are fitted with ceruleum heaters that could keep us warm and toasty. Problem is, the machines seem to have given up the ghost, and if we keep sitting around, freezing our asses off, we'll be next. My smiths reckon that with the right parts, they can have them working again, but it won't be easy.
Understood. The machinists will assist them in the repairs.
The rest of us should either stand watch or survey the area.
We've made our presence known to the Telophoroi. They will be searching for us, if they have not already ascertained our position. That we have seen no sign of them since the battle suggests they have yet to do so. However, I suspect they may be biding their time.
Or perhaps we are beneath their notice.
In any event, we'll find no answers standing around here. Urianger, Estinian and myself have visited Garlemald recently, so we'll lead the reconnaissance efforts. Perhaps bolstered by a few Bosnian and Dalmatian scouts from my previous excursion for good measure.
Don't forget about us Alamegans. We have experienced scouts of our own.
Well now, this is turning out to be a rather sizable team. With such numbers, we should be able to cover a wide area with relative ease, including that surrounding the Imperial Palace. How about you, Graha? I have a feeling we'll find a use or two for that vanishing spell of yours.
'Twould be my honor to be of service, though I doubt that you of all people need rely on my tricks.
That leaves us with guard duty.
As a matter of fact, I have something else in mind for the two of you and Alphino. Between here and the center of the capital lies the Eblan Rhine. I would have you search the area for survivors. Your keen sense of direction, honed in your extensive travels, should prove useful in navigating the ice fields.
There are any survivors? Okay, this one was not centered because this middle one was... If there are any survivors, we will surely find them. Extensive travels is something of an understatement, but I suppose there is nothing else that needs doing. Ice fields. I love ice fields. Oh, wait. No, I don't. I'll go with the middle one.
This too is a vital task, and I appreciate your willingness to see it done. Rest assured that a serving of hot soup will be waiting for you. You all have your duties. Let us make haste. May the Fury bless and keep you.
Oh, and Maraline's here. There's this odd perception that Ishgardians have lived their whole lives in the snow, but it really wasn't that bad before the calamity, and afterwards, well, I was rarely more than a few paces from a raging fire. This dreadful place, on the other hand, is nothing but cold, 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 and it's my understanding that Ilsabard has always been this way. Gods, can you imagine? I've never thought myself much of an explorer, though I suppose my adventures have taken me to all sorts of strange and distant places. With that in mind, traversing an ice field should be a simple feat. Gods be good if it's this cold with Tataru's clothing. I dread to think how we'd fare without it. I must remember to thank her when next we meet. It makes me realize, too, that while the people of Garlemald have spent their whole lives in conditions like these, even they'd be hard-pressed to survive away from the warmth of their homes. If there are any survivors, we must find them, and quickly. So it's into the Eblamarine we go, but where do we even start looking in such a place? Tracks in the snow, and Manaline is, as usual, milling about aimlessly, as is expected for him. What ho, chums? Been given something to do, have you? As it happens, I too have been ordered to make myself useful. Sounds like rather a tall order. Ahem, since you ask, we're to scour the Eblamarine for survivors. What? Wander around the ice fields on the off chance you'll find someone? You'd take forever to finish the job without the benefit of my expertise, or more specifically, my telescope. Come, friends, I know just the spot to begin our search. I'll probably regret this, but we may as well humor him. Okay. I really do like the bed mount. I'm so glad I got it. Wait a minute. Eastern Yelms East. Slight divert. Oh, north. Oh, where the quest marker is. Okay. I do like the ether current system for unlocking fast travel. But where is it? South. 81 yalms. Is it near one of these buildings? Now it says east. Oh, there it is. It was close by. I thought I heard it, but I couldn't see it. I'm surprised by how many wild beasts there are roaming the place. Perhaps now that the soldiers are have gone, they're free to wander and forage as they please. The few buildings I can see don't appear to be residences. They still warrant investigation, though. Is that a train station? And then that... Is that an oil rig? It looks like an oil rig, but then again, probably a cerulean rig, given the fact that they were mining cerulean. There's no mistaking it. That's a girl. Oh, what? A survivor? Show me. Over there, behind that tree, she looks like she's running away from something. Though not surely us. She wouldn't even known we were here unless she had a telescope like mine. All I can tell is that she's wearing a pale green dress, a rather fetching one at that. She will be long gone by the time we get anywhere near. We should be able to follow her footprints. I'll let Lucia know where you're heading. Oh, and take these warming tinctures with you. The poor girl must be chilled to the bone, if not on the verge of freezing to death. That's actually very thoughtful. Thank you. But won't you need some for yourself? No, I'll be fine. As a man of chivalry, my honor demands I do no less. And lest we forget, the very reason we are here is to protect those in need. Now go, and Godspeed. Why are you still here? If you dally any longer, you will miss the chance to play the hero. A trail of fresh footprints lead east. These footprints appear to be the same as those you saw previously, and they lead towards the building. According to the label here, this place is used by those involved with extracting cerulean. Okay. We're getting closer, I'm sure of it. At first we thought she'd gone inside the building, but the door doesn't look to have been opened in some time. She might still be nearby, so we'll keep looking around here. Then again, it's also possible that she ran right past this place. Would you mind searching up ahead? As Emilian said, it's highly unlikely she was running away from us. Even so, we mustn't do anything to startle her. For all she knows, we're soldiers of an invading army, so we need to be careful not to give the wrong impression. Okay, this is going to be like that side quest that I did where we had to follow the boy without being seen. Somehow. The girl in the green dress anxiously surveys her surroundings. Were you to call out to her from this distance, it might attract wild beasts to your location. It would be safer to get closer first, but you must do so without drawing her attention. This is exactly like that side quest. I'm glad I did it. Otherwise, this would have been very frustrating in itself. Follow the girl from a safe distance. The objective will end in failure. If you are noticed, make use of cover such as rocks to approach her without being seen. Similarly, the objective will also end in failure if you are too far behind. Should you fail to complete the objective, you may try again by returning to the designated location. Okay. I think that rock right there is where I need to go. Ooh, that was close. Oh no. She saw me. I tried to stay hidden as best as possible, but it wasn't enough. Okay, let's try this again. Okay, so there, then the tree, then the rock, then the tree, and then I'm not certain. Okay, so let me just retrace this. Before I do this again, let me just retrace this. So I need to carefully make it to these rocks, or rather from there to that tree, to these rocks, or these cerulean bits, then to one of the trees here, then to this rock, then this tree, and I tried to make it over here, but I got spotted, or she got away from me. Maybe the tree, that or the rock, if I can make it that far. And then presumably up there. The tricky part is going from here, from this tree, if possible. Up there without getting spotted, because I don't know if she spotted me or not. I didn't see any dialogue. Then again, say if you fall too far behind it, although she did turn around, so she probably saw me, at a guess. She is pretty fast. And despite that cone, the area of okay, then the rock next. Then the tree. Myrokos. Oh, no. Oh, crap. She's not again. Okay, where do I hide? Where do I hide? Because I got to the tree, but I don't know where to go. Unless I wait at the tree still. I could try that, though I run the risk of falling too far behind. Alright, let's try waiting at the tree, because I don't know how I'm to get close. Otherwise. But she did spot me. That is why... Okay. Let's see if I can stay at that tree. Okay. Because there's like no way I can... Oh, I made it. Finally. I just make a beeline for this pillar and that's it. Okay. Okay, now that tree. Now the rock. Now this tree. Yes. Third time's the charm. Ooh. Ooh, still in one piece. Ooh. Followed her without getting spotted, finally. That was a bit annoying, but I got through it. Who are you? Stay back. This house is packed with explosives. Take another step and I'll blow this place sky high. Please, we just want to talk. Kind of a weird thing to say. I'm Alphino, this is my sister Alize, and our good friend Myrokos. We have no intention of hurting or taking anything from you or anyone else, I give you my word. We and our comrades have come to provide aid to the people of Garlemald. Aid? You savages are the ones responsible for all this. You did this to us. We didn't, I promise you. One of the other reasons we came to find out what happened here, in fact. The Telophori are the ones to blame. They are the ones who laid waste to Garlemald, and they won't stop until they've destroyed the entire world. They are the enemy. Our enemy. On our way, we encountered Imperial soldiers who had been made their thralls. Those poor souls are now in our care, and we are striving to cure them of their affliction. You're the first person we've met who wasn't already enslaved. How were you able to escape the Telophori's influence? Are there any others like you? I'm sorry, I don't mean to overwhelm you. Let's start with introductions. Can you tell me your name? My name is Licinia. As for how I've managed to stay sane, I've been asking myself the same question ever since that night and the roar, that terrible roar, and then the screams. I was screaming too, I think. I'm not sure. I can't remember. Then came the silence. Everything was still. It was like waking up from a nightmare. I thought that maybe the fighting had stopped, so I stepped outside. If your hells are real, I saw one that day. I ran, past friends, people I'd known all my life, eyes vacant, dead, staring at the sky. Others were mad and violent. I saw them struggle with soldiers, but didn't stay to watch. I fled as far as my legs would take me. Do you have family here? Is this their home? No, this is Victor's Spoils, a mansion for retired soldiers, or it was. But now me and a few others are borrowing it. Others. As for the explosives, I was making that up. I just wanted to keep everyone else safe, and I didn't know if you were. The truth is, our supplies are running low. You said you are here to help. Can you? Of course. Whatever assistance we can provide, we will. Thank you. I'd better tell the others first, though. Wait here. This is everyone. Licinius says you can be trusted. These are desperate times. We'd be fools to let foreign troops into our home. Having said that, were you to provide us with means of heating the place, a sign of goodwill. Perhaps we could take you at your word. If that is too much to ask, then leave us be. Time to put my firewood gathering skills to use. Could you provide the spark with that little, with a little magic, Alize? We have a fire. We will have a fire burning in no time. May we build it under that gazebo? The what? Oh, you mean the bower? Yes, yes. You do. Yes, do as you will. What is that sound? I'm hearing... Is that a radio? Now the mighty are fallen. Lysinia's inner turmoil is writ plain on her face. Sorry, I'm still finding it hard to come to terms with all that's happened. Now that you're here, though, I'm hoping things might change for the better. You know, I've worked up quite a sweat from all that running about, so I'll leave space around the fire for the others. As you can tell, they're in a far worse state than me. We were planning to look for somewhere warmer with more food, but they're not going anywhere until we nurse them back to health, which I don't know how to do. Is there anything you can do to help them? Before the Civil War, I was a student. The others were officials of some sort, I think. Even after all this time together, we hardly know the first thing about each other. What I do know is we are Garleans. When times are hard, we stick together no matter what. It's definitely getting louder. All's well, with food in my belly and a song in my heart. What they need most is a decent meal. We've food back at the camp, but there's the distance to consider. I can feel my fingers again. I can treat their frostbite and their wounds, but it will take time for the fire to do its work. Now would be a good occasion to make use of Emanolane's tinctures, the ones that can warm the body from the inside out, which make sure everyone gets one. The numbness is beginning to subside, though I suspect once the fire dies, it will return with a vengeance. Being gifts from the notoriously reliable Emanolane, it is highly doubtful this concoction will have the intended effect, if only there were willing and, more importantly, unwitting volunteers on whom to test it. Warming tincture? I've never heard of such a thing. No harm in trying. But tell me, have you heard aught of the city? Though calling it that seems absurd after what's happened. It's nothing but ruins now. The few buildings still standing offer no more than meager protection from wind and snow. Food production, water purification, the magitech that sustained us has come to a grinding halt. What machina that remains operational cannot be run for lack of ceruleum, of course. Cerulean ingens. is full of the stuff for all the good it does us. No one here knows the first thing about extraction or refinement. Many of our ancestors succumbed to the bitter cold when first they came to these lands, much as we are now. But with discipline and order, any obstacle can be overcome when every man knows his duty and is held to account if he shirks it. Without a hierarchy, this is what we are reduced to. If there's something that can be said for Lord of Manolane, he's not one to leave others at the mercy of the cold. Of course, being a man of Kurthus, I'm sure he's more aware than most of its dangers, but I sense that is not the only reason. Ever since the warm welcome we received at Camp Dragonhead, the hospitality he and his brothers have afforded us has been nothing short of exemplary. Perhaps they aspire to live up to the example set by Lord Edmond. All is well. Yes, never better. Oh, what sweet libation is this? Is it poison by any chance? No. Haha. 'Twas a joke, haha, ha 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 ha. If I laugh, 'tis that I may not weep. So said the poet, and alas, my tears would freeze on my cheeks ere they fell. We are blessed, we are the blessed damned, to bear witness to the fall of the great empire while our brethren lie dead or live on as puppets of flesh. First came the war, then came the roar, then when came morning, Garlemald was no more. In a cacophony of gunfire, explosions, and screams was our beloved capital razed to the ground. From the rubble rose the disheveled remnants, their lavish finery caked in ash as they shuffled mindlessly towards the palace. Each bearing a fragment of stone or metal, and offering perhaps to the architect of our destruction. A hopeful few tried to reason with the deranged, only to be beaten for their kindness. But I knew better than to plead with the horde. I fled with my health, if not my conscience preserved. Now I will wait with my fellow cowards for our final judgment. What do you want? To give you this? A tincture? May as well drink it, I suppose. This? It's a radio. You don't have them where you come from, I take it. We listen to them to listen to messages sent by others, even over great distances. There are different types, but this model is by far the most popular. Made with quality components crafted with the finest ore sourced from Locus Amanus. It is not all that useful since the capital fell into ruin. The people at the broadcasting station must have either fled or ended up like the others, because all we've been hearing is the same music, being played over and over again. Oh, that would drive me insane. Home beyond the horizon. An ode to the brave men and women sent to reclaim our ancestral homeland of Locus Amanus. We may have founded an empire in these frozen wastes, but we always hoped to take back what was once ours. To the solemn reminder that though we must suffer great hardship, better days will surely come. Despite everything, I believe that Emperor Varus yet lives, and that he speaks to us through our radios. Varus is dead. Something's wrong here. It was a cunning strategy faking his murder. He must have foreseen this catastrophe and chosen to conceal himself that he may one day make his triumphant return. Yes, I am sure of it. Emperor Varus would not be defeated so easily. I have faith you will deliver us from this madness. Your radiance, by your grace, shall Garlemald be reborn. This is... Listening to music like this would drive me mad. Okay. What's that? A warming tincture. So this is what you gave the others. Thank you. I'll save it for later. Actually, I have a few things to ask you. Are you part of the group staying at in Laterum? I saw Legatus Vergilia's troops heading toward the Magna Glaciers a few days ago. Are they the ones you encountered? Camp Broken Glass, you call it. And Vergilia and her men are there now? So how did you reach the Magna Glaciers? Did you cross the mountains on foot? By airship. Airships. Then there may be a way to... Lucinia, where is everyone? Is something the matter? A voice from inside, you say? You must be imagining things. Everyone's out here. Perhaps a baby Almasty has found its way into the house. It wouldn't be the first time. But this isn't your house. You told us that earlier. She's up to something, people. Without the soldiers to scare them off, wild animals have been roaming closer to the settlements. Some have been known to attack people too. I've just had an idea. If you and yours are strong enough to defeat a Legatus, then surely a few beasts shouldn't pose a threat. If you've a mind to continue helping us, perhaps you could head to the other side of the lake. There's a small group of tappers living there, people whose job was to extract ceruleum. They still do, from what we can tell. I've already tried asking if they would share their fuel with us, but they're not willing to give it away. They want food in exchange. Lots of food, and that's something we don't have and can't get on our own. On top of that, to even reach their den, we'd have to make our way past all those creatures. But you already made it. Would you be willing to go in our place? We need only enough ceruleum to last until the others are strong enough to travel to your camp. If the offer still stands, that is. Oh, and I don't expect you to give up your supplies, but there might be another way to pay the tappers. If it's ceruleum you need, then it's ceruleum you have. You'd best watch out for baby Almasties while we're away. Ah, yes, of course. If I see any, I'll be sure to shoo them away. To reach Tapper's Den, you'll have to cross the lake. The ice is thick enough to support a person's weight, but if you'd rather not take the risk, you'll need to take the long way around. Finding the entrance can be a bit tricky too, so it's easier to just look for someone standing guard outside. However you decide to head there, please be careful. I'm not sure what else the Tappers might need besides provisions, though I dare say that capable fighters like yourself can offer them other forms of compensation, culling dangerous beasts, that sort of thing. Probably should tell Alice and Alphino what they need most is decent. Okay, I'm off to look for more survivors. Strange that they didn't have any other dialogue. It looks like that is... So that's an Amnesty. Basically a Yeti of some sort. Oh boy. Who goes there? How did you find us? What do you mean I stand out like a sore thumb? If the purebloods of our Victor's spoils hadn't given away our location, you'd never have found us. Those stuck-up arseholes thought they could come waltzing in here demanding ceruleum with nothing to offer in return. Looks like the boot's on the other foot now. The capital's gone to shite. So they've resorted to sending you to negotiate. I know your game, Sellsword. If they think we'll give in to intimidation, they've got another thing coming. There you are. Just after you left, the city asked me to go catch up with you in case you needed a hand. Someone must have let slip that I have a little experience in transporting barrels of ceruleum. So this is Tapper's Den. Well then, after you... Who are you? What happened to the guards? Aeosians and rebels here to save the people of Garlemald? That doesn't make any goddamn sense. Why in the hells would you pass up this chance to put those Imperial bastards to the sword? Let me guess, none of you are Garland, you were brought here from other lands. Garibania, Yansha, Bozia, Dalmasca, to name but a few. Some dragged here against our will, others fled. Others fed bollocks about a better life, all put to work extracting cerulean. All given the esteemed title of On, placing us firmly on the bottom rung of the ladder. But the old hierarchy means nothing in the new Garlemald, says we. But the only thing that's escaped more or less unscathed is cerulean Ingvens, still sustaining us with our paymasters out of the picture. Even with our paymasters out of the picture. We hear you're experts in drawing up cerulean from the bottom of the lake. But how can you do that if it's frozen over? Huh, wouldn't you like to know? Trade secrets, I'm afraid. At any rate, it's not as if cerulean is used for much these days. What with the city in ruins, we take enough to power our heaters and save the surplus for later. Though it helps to stave off the cold, it does sod all about our hunger unless we can trade it away. Speaking of which, be sure to tell your contingent we've got cerulean by the barrel full. If they're interested, we will exchange it for whatever provisions they're willing to spare. We can certainly ask, but if you're all free to go now, why carry on living here? Free to go? Go where? Even if we managed to get back to our homelands, there'd be nothing left for us. Thanks to the Empire, and the knowledge and skills we acquired working here would be practically useless outside of Garlemald. So we're staying for the time being. Long as there is a need for cerulean, we'll find a way to get by, even if Garlemald as we knew it is gone for good. Gone for good. If you're wondering why we'd post guards outside, it's because we've had trouble with other refugees, and I don't mean the ones that avoid victor's spoils. Some of them come bearing weapons and won't take no for an answer. As for the two guards you met on the way in, I'll tell them what we've discussed once they've recovered from the beating you gave them. Come to think of it, maybe we could ask our contingent to send some bandages and healing balm. Fair enough. Regardless of what the Ilsebard contingent does for the people of Garlemald, the Empire itself is already a thing of the past. For many, that would be cause for celebration, while others, their whole way of life will have been turned upside down. After all the atrocities committed in the Empire's name, perhaps it is for the best that it is consigned to history, but what of the ordinary people, their lives, their stories? Should they be forgotten too? I suppose there will be plenty of time to ponder that later. For now, let's see about getting some cerulean. Okay, it's getting kind of late and I need to start thinking about dinner. So I'm gonna call it quits with this stream here. If you liked what you saw at any point, please like, share, and subscribe on YouTube. Give me a follow on Twitch. Hit the notification bells. It's a small thing for you, but it does mean the world for the channel as it helps out a great deal. So please consider doing that. And with that said, I will see you anon, friends.